not a thing of reality. It's not that has no effect of reality.
Has
So you
no
need to
effect on the
throw
reality, or
that
has
away.
no
You need to
effect on the
throw all
person?
that away when we're talking about real existence.
But are you saying it has no effect on reality, or has no effect on the person?
And has no real effect. It means it has no property. It has no, it has no property that has effect on reality.
But effect isn't only through property, though. It can be through mental effect as well. If somebody calls
No,
someone an asshole and they don't
decom,
know, and other
no,
people hear, it could
but
affect that person's reality.
decom, no, that would be known as a delusion.
But reality is physical, mental, or conceptual, though. That's literally what it says. So if
Well,
something can affect something
decom,
mentally, it has
actually, no,
property.
you're conflating, right? You're conflating
How?
between what people perceive as the case and the things that happen whether we like it or not. I'm not asking you about a crazy person. I'm asking you about the things that happen whether we like it or not only.
Okay, so now apply that to the asshole thing.
Right. So the category asshole has no effect. It has no mass. Like when we look at reality, we don't see mass, we don't see temperature, we don't see any of that from the category asshole.
Like, okay. So you're just saying the category asshole doesn't hold any weight in society physically.
What is this about weight? It's just
That's
not
what you just
participating.
said.
It's just not participating in the
You said
state of affairs
mass.
that happen whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
Simply
but I'm
simply
using
put.
the words that you're using. You're saying
No,
mass.
you're adding words that I'm not using at all, actually.
You said mass.
No, you said things about like when you said weight and you used the metaphorical term weight.
It's synonyms. You're saying mass,
But
and I'm
well,
saying
no, it's
weight.
not a
It
synonym in
derives
this
from.
case. You're doing a false equivalence. You're using the metaphorical term of what people care about versus like a real effect in reality. It's not the same at all. It's not simile. It's not It's not a synonym at all.
I don't get how it wouldn't be a synonym in this thing.
Because they're referring to completely different ideas.
In terms of what? So how would mass
In
and weight be
terms of
in
things
two
that
different
happen,
ideas?
because of the things that happen whether we like it or not, and the things that only happen because we're doing the categorization things, right? Because we can point at things that don't exist, because we have imaginations, right? And
Okay,
we
so
want to be able to separate between the two right now. That's
so
what we're asking about. You using that tool to separate the two.
the asshole categorization won't happen without us, is what you're trying to say.
I'm saying that humans have the special feature to point at things that don't exist, like the mountains of Mordor in Lord of the Rings. And we need to do better.
Now, how could you apply
Just
that to
because you
God?
have this perceived reality that you were just referring to
Okay.
isn't helping us, because you can do the perceived reality of something like Lord of the Rings. And that's not helping us. So
But how would that point to
you
God?
continuing to muddy the waters isn't going to help us get closer to those things that happen whether we like it or not. That's what we're trying to identify specifically.
But how would that point to God in itself?
Well, we would use those tools to evaluate for anything that's real or not. So we can practice that if you want.
Yeah, to God.
Sure. So what property of real existence? Okay, firstly, let's do the thing that we should be doing, which is let's make an observation of reality. That and then we connect that to and then you're giving credit to God for some observation of reality, and then we'll find a way to connect the dots. We'll work on that. So let's start with the observation in reality. This is you're the one who believes in God, Decom. I'm not the God person, so I'm waiting on you.
What?
I'm here to help you through the process, but you're the person who believes in God, right?
Yeah. What about it?
Right. So, what are you observing in reality to indicate a God exists?
Oh, that's what you're asking? Oh, exactly what I said the initial time.
Uh, so when you said the initial thing I heard was you observed there are things around us.
Yeah, there are things around us, there are things in us that couldn't have been derivative or not
Could not
derivative.
have. What do you mean could not have?
Could not have, meaning cannot happen, that could not have derived from itself. The every example you
Derived from
use,
itself. What do you
what
think?
do
Can I
you
Okay,
introduce
understand?
you
so
to a new idea here you probably haven't thought about yet?
Sure.
Are you familiar with the first law of logic?
No,
A equals A.
no. But I get what you're trying to say, sure.
Okay, so if you look it up, the nerds will say that the first law of logic is A equals A. And that's saying that a thing is equivalent to itself. Now, that is about as ambiguous as a concept as you can get. A equals A. And the reason that they're saying that is because whatever A is equivalent exactly and totally to itself. There are no differences because there's nothing different to be different to. There's just A. So don't get confused by the equation. It's just A. There's not A and then equals and then the other thing A. It's just a statement that says a thing is equivalent to itself. So when you start looking for grounding for that, what could make something itself? This violates identity because A equals A. A is equivalent to itself. Now, you could only talk about, like, because for us, we're not always the same object. We're transient objects because we're part of intrinsic fields. As far as we could tell, we're part of intrinsic fields. Fields fluctuate and it gives rise to matter. We're matter. So we're just really complicating fields. Your model has to explain identity that tracks change. We're a temporal being, so a function of our identity, built and baked into the concept of A, is time. So a change in time is part of any member of space-time, space and time. So you're a temporal object, and so your identity is tethered to time. Now, time is not a dimension that we have access to other than a moment of it. Much more about time exists than the moment we experience. So when you try to envision what you are, and you have to do this temporally, you have to think about the differences between you, what you are today, and what you were yesterday, and the day before, and all the days before. There's no first day, and that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the foundation for A. And all I can tell you is, let's just say you found something that wasn't previously part of the concept of A for you, and it was outside. What you think is outside of A, it's not. It's not outside of A. It is still part of A, no matter how far outside A is, like the sun. And is the sun part of me? Technically, yes. In this model, yeah, we're all members of the same intrinsic fields, right? We are gravitationally affecting each other. Now, the electrodynamic interactions between the sun and me are much stronger than the gravitational dynamics between me and the sun, right? Much more change occurs along one axis than the other, right? So when you're trying to look for what would give rise to being, in my model, the way I understand things, that violates identity. No matter how confusing A is, A must be equivalent to A, no matter how disconnected the part of A is. If God exists and all of reality is contingent upon God, then in this model, in this way of description, whether you like it or not, God is part of my identity. It's part of the intrinsic field that I belong to somehow. I don't know what it is because it's a proposition you've come up with. But when you say these things out loud, from my brain, I think about it like that. So I'm asking in my brain, why is this dude trying to contradict the notion of identity? Because you're arguing that A is not equivalent to A, that A is A plus B being this unknown factor that you think A must need, right? But again, all I'm going to tell you is that A is still A, no matter what you try to point at out there in reality. You just got to look at it at different scales. So you're asking a question that violates identity, you see?
And the question being, which one of my questions?
Where did my motion come from would be one of the questions. Asking where did my
Nope.
motion come from violates the intrinsic factors that is my motion, right? Part of my identity is that I'm a spatio-temporal being, which means motion is an intrinsic property of my being. It can't come from outside my being. It must be intrinsic to what I am. Now, remember earlier I said I was eating an apple?
Yeah.
That's where I'm getting my motion from. All the apples I've been shoving in my mouth. I use that as energy. Without those apples, I'm not me, right? Even the very bones and shit that I'm made out of is the food that I eat. So I have to have a description of A that notates the transient function that is being, right? There are no static objects, and you have to be able to describe objects by their nature. And since we're space-time beings, then function is an intrinsic property to things like us. So asking where does it come from? It comes from our food, I guess. That's the only way I can answer that question, right? Because you're trying to ask, other than my own identity, what makes me me? And that's an incoherent question.
Like,
Oh.
I'm kind of curious a little bit. What did you observe in reality to indicate derived from?
I'll get to that, but I do want to get to like the A thing, right? If I'm asking a philosophical question of saying why is the law of identity true, that's different from me denying that it is true, right? So if I'm saying that if I make a question that is based off of the origin and not necessarily the identity, that's not violating the law of identity. I'm asking you whether everything does everything just exist, or is every process that occurs or everything that exists requires an internal cause?
Well,
Like
energy is
that's a
part of the
causation question.
dynamics. Space-time beings are energetic systems.
Okay. So
It's just part of the description. It's not extrinsic, that's intrinsic.
so you're saying not every process that exists requires an external cause.
What
Or
I'm
is
trying
that
to
what
say
you're
is
trying to say?
in this model, because you're a space-time entity, there are no external factors to your notion. So you got to understand concepts like world lines, right? What a world line is. Like, think about like the cells that make up you and the elements that they are, right? What are elements? They come from dead stars. So in order for you to have iron in your blood, in your hemoglobin, a whole ass star had to blow up, because iron is only made inside stars, but it's outside your star or outside the star. So how'd that happen? So in order for you to be a being, billions of years ago, before Earth and our star existed, a star existed and it blew up. That is you. Your parts were in that star. Now, there may be 5 different stars that blew up that are responsible for 100% of the matter that's in you. And you are all 5 of those stars. Let's say it's just 5 stars. You are all 5 of those stars, right? Because those stars and all of your mass was in those stars, but we'll say 8 billion years ago, 7 billion years ago, or something like that. And all of those stars blew up and they scattered, and our star formed and our planet formed. All the shit, all the dynamic systems that happen is just a rearrangement of those 5 stars. Those 5 stars created all of our solar system and many more solar systems. Many solar systems were created from I don't know how many stars, but we're saying 5 from those 5 stars, right? And so they scattered, they allowed you to come about. And so to ask where, you know, what you are, being that you have iron in you, logic dictates that you must be at least part supernova. Part of your description, if I look at your world line, when I pause 7 billion years back along your world line, all of your parts are emanating from supernovas because you are a supernova. You are one of the things a supernova does, right? Supernovas make planets with life on them. That's what a supernova does. So this is exactly what it looks like 7 billion years after a supernova. So what makes you any different than a supernova when that's all you are? You are the expanded, desiccated remains of a hypernova, right? A supernova went off. So you are a supernova in this model. But that's only going back 7 billion years. What about 10 billion? What about 100 billion? What about quintillion years ago? These questions can be asked. They may or may not ever get answered. But along this journey of it not being answered yet, you're being told repeatedly over and over and over, you're in a dynamic system, an electrodynamic system, and all different kinds of dynamic system at every stage. At every stage, you're given every reason to assume that it's a dynamic system. It comes from a dynamic system because it is a dynamic system. And you're trying to turn what is wholly and entirely, from top to bottom, left to right, and forward and back, entirely a dynamic system, and asking the question, how did it come from a non-dynamic system? I don't know what aspect of reality you are appealing to even come up with the notion of no dynamics. That is insane that you guys do this. It is the case that reality is entirely motion. And we know that motion begets motion. We don't know that no motion begets motion. That's not what we know. We know that don't happen. No motion cannot beget motion. Motion can take things with no motion, with appearance of no motion, and give them motion relative to the observer so that they now detect motion. But again, even a static object is in motion. What you're trying to do is change the laws of reality to a different state that we don't observe, and then ask us, how did it get from this state to the dynamic system that we are in today? That's an incoherent question. You need to demonstrate a no dynamic system. You need to demonstrate that first. Even one, just one tiny little fraction of an amount of a no dynamic system giving rise to a dynamic system. Just a tiny little bit of that, and that'll be enough for me to go, okay, well, maybe all of reality did that. But since all of reality doesn't do that we detect, every time we've stuck our things in it and got back data, it's said, hey, high dynamic system. Every single fucking time. 100%. It's not like it's 99.99999. It's 100% of the time.
But I hear this a lot, right? Well, I don't know if you're necessarily an atheist or not, but I'll just describe you as an atheist, right?
No, atheism's retarded.
What the fuck? Wait, did you guys just hear that? But anyways,
Yeah, I'll
right?
take care of it.
I hear this a lot from people that make this argument. It's like, okay, well, this sounds insane, and I can get how it could sound strange from your point of view, but do you understand how it could also sound insane to me that
No, because you can just look at it. I could walk up to you. There could be a 1983 Oldsmobile, and I could ask you repeatedly, would you look at that? I could go to one side of it and say, would you look at that? And then I could go to the other side and I could say, would you look at that? I'm not asking you to believe in dynamic systems. I'm asking you to rub your dick across one, lick one, right? Jump into one, pick one up, put one down. I'm not asking you to believe. You are, look out at the world. It is a dynamic system. I'm not asking you to believe that it's a dynamic system. I'm not asking you to believe that things that just sit there continue to just sit something there. Pick anything. Look, I got a vaporizer sitting right there. It's still sitting there. And it's still Sitting there. But look, I'm going to use my hand to put it in motion. It's moving, it stopped. Now it's sitting there. You can do this too, bro. This is why we call them nerds. They break this shit down so dumbasses like us can fucking do it. We can do it. I'm not asking you to believe anything.
That's fair, but we're not like, and when I say we, I'm talking about Christians. We're not necessarily changing the laws of reality. What we're trying
Yes,
to
you
do
are.
is,
You're fundamentally changing it. You're asking
but,
no
but let
motion
me
to
explain
motion.
though. Let me explain. What we're actually asking is what explain why those laws in physical universe exist in the first place. Like
No,
that's what
hold
we're
on.
trying to say
Those are
because there's
mere
an important.
descriptions. Those are descriptions of extant reality. They don't exist. Are like the laws that we talk about, like C, for example, speed of light, the speed of causality. That's just a description. You're asking why the description? Because we fucking describe it that way. That's how we see it. We observe C. Well, but you're asking like, well, more fundamental to that, super physically, why C? Well, you figure that shit out. No one gives a religious people ask those questions. We only care about how fast the fuck photon moves and how fast causal relations can unfold.
Yeah, but listen to what you just said, right? The second that you were about to possibly just think harder about something, you said, "Who gives a fuck?" Though. So
Yeah, because
what
it's a
I'm
stupid question.
no,
That's what I'm saying.
remove the stupid
Bro,
for
what
a
does a
second.
beaver's butthole
Wait,
taste like?
hold on, hold on, though, hold
No,
on,
you hold the
hold,
fuck on. What does a
hold
squirrel's
on,
asshole? What a
wait,
squirrel? I'm gonna mute you. Nope,
wait,
you're waiting. You're fucking waiting. Yeah, you're
wait.
fucking waiting. You
But
want to play games? We're
we're
playing
have,
fucking games now. You want to play
we're
games?
not.
You're playing
Wait,
games right now. You're about to get fucking muted for playing games. So shut up. Stop
Yeah,
talking. I don't need you.
I would.
I said shut up. Fuck you now. You could have kept talking. Now you get to shut the fuck up. Fucking retard. Don't fucking spurg like that to me when I'm trying to educate your bitch ass. Fucking get all obstinate and fucking retarded and shit. Start pushing back on shit you can't even fucking comprehend. Shut your deluded religious fucking brain up. You don't get to fucking talk to me about physics, retard. You get to talk to me about magic poofing. That's what you get to fucking talk to me about. That's the questions I'll ask you. I'll ask you to define magic poofing, right? You get to talk about magic fucking poofing. You want to know about physics? You get to fucking ask about physics and then sit there and shut up and listen. That's what you get to do. You don't get to get no pushback. You're too fucking uneducated to formulate pushback. The only pushback you're giving is that I'm not saying magical shit. And I don't give a fuck about your pushback at that point. If you're just interrupting me because I'm not saying your spell properly, shut your bitch fucking mouth. Fucking invalid. Don't forget to like and subscribe, DCOM. Fucking pussy. Guys, I got this big brain idea. I'm going to make the most popular YouTube channel ever. And I'm going to shit on literally everyone who tries to talk to me through it. Because I'm so looking for that. That's what I'm looking for. Dude, I don't get it, man. People cry and they complain and they want to debate. They want to act like equals. Richard Dawkins was right about this one. You cannot treat these people as intellectual equals. Once they get into that mode, you have to start treating them like the little kids they are, because that's where their brains stopped thinking at that age. It's just like, what makes a pedophile? Raping a child. That's generally what makes a pedophile. When you rape a child, that little child gets locked in and now they become a pedophile. What makes a fucking moron? That shit. Same fucking shit. At an early age, if you shut down intellectual thought, they will say the stupidest things. You'll say, look, man, no motion is impossible. And they'll say, oh, I understand that. So what made motion? Bro, that is a brain that's not thinking. That's something that a parent does to their child where they cognitively abuse them and malnourish them, cognitively malnourish them enough that these people, you could walk them into a fucking wall and they'll ask what happened. It's just crazy. They're completely fucking lost. This is why I cry about this shit so much, man. It takes some serious psychological programming to get a grown-ass adult to believe in magic. And what this dude was fucking arguing for and wanting me to give him equal time to listen to was fucking magic. I'm sorry, dude. I've been there and done that. I've had my brain inundated with filth and trash just like yours is, dude. And I've just learned to go backwards first, unfuck my own brain, and then go forward again and start trying to help you fucking knuckle draggers. But, you know, you don't want it because I'm an asshole, but it's like, hey, you know, it could have been different if you guys weren't such toxic pieces of shit. But you are. You're all a bunch of toxic pieces of shit. You're coming at these fucking conversations with emotionally laden positions and then pretending that you're fucking intellectuals. So literally everything that I'm saying to you is falling on deaf ears because the only thing you're going to be receptive to is emotional trauma. That's how your brain fucking evolved to your adult form that it is through emotional gaslighting. So the only thing your brain is going to fucking track is emotions. You're not going to track logic. This is why I could spell it out. I could say, hey, a nerd 300 fucking years ago. Look at it. You slow, like, what is going on? 300 fucking years ago, a nerd figured that shit out, the laws of motion. And you knuckle draggers, 300 years later with ChatGPT, are still asking this stupid question about where does motion come from. You can't help these people because they're being gaslit and child abused in their homes. They're being manipulated. They're being told stupid fucking shit. And then they come on the internet and they start asking for equal time, equal footing to discuss their magic. I don't want to hear it. I don't need your psychological abuse. I want to unpsychological abuse you, right? I want to give you tools you need to know that you're being gaslit and how to get yourself out of that shit. But I can't do that to some people. Some people are just, they're phased in, man. They're full locked in. They don't want to. You ever try to make a person do something they don't want to do? Hold on, I gotta start up this tobacco cigarette.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Who the hell was that? That didn't.
Was I muffled?
Oh, you just sounded way different. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you hear my toxic voice and I fucking make you feel emotions, like and subscribe. Just keep listening. Get that 5 minutes and 38. What is it at now? 5 minutes and 38 seconds? That's what I said before. Let's look. What's going on, dude? Like, YouTube sucks right now. It's lagging ball sacks. It's like the whole fucking internet is having, oh, dude, it went down 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Wow. Fuck you guys. I thought we had a thing going. Now I see what it's really about. Wow. Lost 10 whole ass seconds. Wow. That hurts right there. That hurts. This don't work if you guys don't listen. So I'm going to need you to get them numbers up. 5 minutes. We need to go with 5 minutes and 30 seconds, guys. You can do that. 5 minutes, 30-second average. Let's get that watch time up. I need to brainwash you. Because you people, there's a midterm coming up, people. Dude, it's so fucking hot, man.
Still hitting like over 100.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't got down 40. Just more rainfall in just the 90s.
Dude, it's been like 100 degrees for like a month where I live.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit what kind of heat it is. 100 degrees is fucking 100 degrees.
It does. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, if it was 100 degrees in Florida now, it'd be much worse. But it's just, dude, it's just not. Florida don't get 100 degrees for a month, bro. It gets it for like 3 hours, and then it goes back down. Wow, okay, so if you're ever running from an elephant, don't look back at it, just keep running, because you might trip on something like a dumbass and then get trampled and absolutely fucking wrecked by that elephant. Because elephants are big. Should have ran for the trees, homie. There were trees right there. He forgot to return to monkey. Should have zigzagged through the trees. Now you got stepped on by an elephant.
Dude, they can't even jump. Just give it a place where it can't jump.
You probably just run in circles around a fucking elephant, dude, really.
I
you
wouldn't
probably,
recommend that one. That trunk will just snatch you up.
Nah, you stay away from it. Don't let him get at you. You could tumble. Just hold alt.
And they're more intelligent than most. They're not one to give up unless it's one of those male elephants with the musk.
They don't show like what happened to it. They just show him like kicking the dude. Well, the dude trips, and then it steps on his like knee, but it don't. Yeah, it just all they show is it steps on his knee. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to get my knee stepped on by a goddamn elephant, but it stepped on his knee in the best way that you could have an elephant step on your knee. So I mean, he lucked out big time, I think. But yeah, if he just didn't trip, he might have, could have got away. He could have went around that car, but his leg just buckled when he hit the road, and he just fell. All right, Rad. Rad, you chat freeloader? Is that what we got on our hands? Chat freeloader? Rad.
What? My connection is not that good, sorry.
Can you prove a God thing?
No, I think God does not exist.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
If I put a statement, I have to prove it, but I'm not agreeing with the statement.
Yeah, so you agree God ain't real?
Yes.
Right, so it stands to reason since you don't believe one is real, you wouldn't be able to prove one is real, right?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question?
Yeah, hold on, I'm dying. All right.
So he was.
Back.
R.I.B., bro.
I was saying, since it's the case you don't believe in a God, you won't be able to prove one, right?
If I believe in a God, there's no proof to God.
No, but I'm saying
in
you
general,
don't believe.
there's no
though.
proof.
I'm saying you don't believe.
I don't believe in a God.
Therefore,
I don't believe in a God, yes.
Therefore, you still listening?
Yes.
you can't prove one exists.
Because you don't believe
How
in it.
do I prove that one exists? I
Bro.
don't believe in it. How do I
Bro,
prove something that
let's
exists
try to.
while I
You
don't
try
believe
to
in it?
listen. Look, it seems like today people have like a 10-second listening span. Can I get 30 seconds? I'm not going to use all of it, but can I get a
I'm
full?
giving, I'm giving you all the
commit?
seconds, but
Can you-
generally,
No. I don't need you to just say I'm going to give you a bunch. I need you to give me a full 30, and then I'll give back what I don't use. Is that cool? I'll let you know when I'm done, and then
Go
you
ahead,
can take
bro.
back all the rest of them. Okay. So because you don't believe in the existence of a God, therefore, you will not be able to prove one exists. You can have the rest of the time back.
okay, so you're done?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, I don't believe that God exists because
Wow.
there's no proof.
Wow.
Wow.
That's,
Wow.
yeah.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
It's about your capacity. You don't have it.
Are you a
Are
robot?
you a chick or are you a 12-year-old boy?
Do you-
Just get that out of the way.
Bro, I just want to ask you, do you believe God exists?
Which one?
The Abrahamic religious
No,
God.
that one clearly does not exist.
Okay, what do you believe in?
What do you mean? All kinds of shit.
You believe in
You
shit?
don't believe in any God?
Well, it depends on what you mean by God. The one that you cited, no, that one doesn't exist.
What about
Yeah.
Jesus Christ?
We're on the same page.
No, that's the same one. When we're
Oh,
not on
that's
the
the same
same
one?
page. Because, see, Rad, the difference is I didn't give up at the
Newsflash,
Abrahamic,
Abrahamic.
right? I zoomed out more. Zoom out, watch. Zoom out a little bit. So you're looking at Christians, right? Zoom out a little bit. What happened? What happened?
So we're doing great.
Did you zoom out? Did you see more than Christians? More than Abrahamism? Rad?
Okay. What's your point?
It's a question. Did you zoom out?
I zoomed out, yeah.
Yeah, so you got more than just the Christians in there now in the Abrahams, right? You got more than the Abrahams in there?
More than the Abrahams, yes.
Yeah, what's in there? What's in that pool of God things in your brain right now?
Whole bunch of different things that don't really relate to the
Polytheist
topic of whether or not God
religions,
exists.
Troy, I'm
such
not
as-
asking you. Go ahead, Rad. I didn't hear you because that
Why am I
asshole,
fucking targeted, dude? I just joined in.
because you're the target.
Sorry.
So get over it. So what's in your brain
Why
now
am
of
I
God?
fucking dark? I just joined the server, bro.
Hey, are you getting uncomfortable?
You didn't.
You didn't like what happened when
No,
you
I'm
zoomed
not
out,
getting
did you?
uncomfortable. I just don't fucking understand. The fuck you mean? I just don't understand the whole conversation, to be honest. I just joined the server.
So start thinking and using your brain, and I got all the words. I'm filling it in for you. So you are an atheist with
You're
respect
filling it
to
in for me.
Abrahamism. Yeah, you're
He's just
an
derailing.
atheist. Your next moderation, Troy, is going to be a ban if you can't keep the fucking shut up, dude. I'm talking to Rad, and you're derailing. So stop it. So Rad, you're in a room called God Ain't Real, Prove Me
Yes.
Wrong, and you're being tasked with developing a philosophy, utilizing a philosophy, or generally conversing. If you don't want to converse with people, why the fuck did you join Politics Discord?
I wanted to learn from people. I want to be the audience before I actually like debate with anybody.
I'm not
I
debating
wanna
you.
learn.
There's no debate going on. The debate already happened. It was like the first 10 seconds of the conversation. Debate
Okay.
ended. I was the victor. Now we're having
Okay,
a conversation.
okay, what's your point though?
Right now, I'm asking you to conceptually
Bro, chill.
zoom out from Abrahamism. That's what I'm asking you to do. Conceptualize more gods that you are already aware of. I guarantee you could put more gods in your God
Okay.
pool in your brain than just Abraham.
Zoroastrianism.
Yeah,
I understand,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah, keep
What?
going.
Yeah, okay, I understand. What's your?
What about the
I
sun?
zoomed out.
What about the sun? Is that in your God pool, the sun? Or do you need to zoom out more?
There is.
What about reality?
There is multiple gods to different cultures.
Yeah, if you zoom out all the way, you got reality, right?
Okay.
All of reality.
Uh-huh.
Is that a god?
No.
No? Are you sure?
No.
Have you heard of naturalistic
Okay,
pantheism?
what is your definition of God?
My definition of God is
Yes,
not about
I
the
heard
ontology.
about it, but I'm not that educated.
Naturalistic pantheism is a philosophy that
It-
reality is God.
Reality is God. So can
Yeah.
you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, you could ask me about aspects of reality, and then I'll say, yeah, that's God too. And you'll be like, well, what about this? And I'll be like, yep, that too.
Not only that, you're a
I just
participatory member
I'm
of
not
it.
gonna ask you a question. I want you. I just
It
want to
would be
elaborate.
reality. It would be the grand elaboration. For all questions, is this God? The answer is
Does
yeah.
that okay? Does that include physical and non-physical things?
It includes all of reality and everything that can exist and ever will and was and will be. It is all of it. The 100% totality of the shit. Even the shit we don't know about. Like all the shit that we're just too dumb as monkeys to understand. That shit too. So like those extra dimensions that the nerds talk about,
Okay.
probably those. That's reality too. All of it. 100% of literally fucking everything. That's reality. That's how I'm using the word.
All
So
right.
that's
So
a
it's
god
called
to some people.
pantheism.
Naturalistic pantheism. There's
I
other
understand.
forms of pantheism, but they're stupid. Naturalistic pantheism is a modification of pantheism that makes.
Do you believe in a? I just want to ask you a question. I don't want to interrupt you, sorry, but like, do you believe in naturalistic pantheism, or are you just giving me an example?
Well, what I can say is the ontology of the god of naturalistic pantheism is true. It has true ontological status. Just like the sun. Remember, we zoomed out to the sun? We had already had true ontological status for that god. That god actually exists. The sun, that one, we didn't need to go all the way out to reality.
Ontological, you said.
Yeah, it's ontological. It has ontos, yeah.
Manifest, yeah.
Yeah, it's essence.
Can you
it's
explain
being.
what that is, if you don't mind?
Well, Matt stole one word: manifest, being, essence, isness, itness. That's ontology.
Ontological.
Yeah.
Ontology. All right.
Now, epistemology
Ontology.
is based on ontology.
Epistemology.
Yeah, epistemology is what we know or what we think we know about the ontos, about reality or other systems too.
Mhm.
But where we're concerned about things that exist, we're referring to a relationship between the epistemology and the ontology.
Epistemology.
Yeah, our epistemics are our models of knowledge.
And
so science
can you-
is an epistemic model.
What does that mean?
What does it mean that science is an epistemic model?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
science's true name, like when you get to a high level nerd, they will teach you that it's called methodological naturalism. And so methodological naturalism is the epistemic model for understanding our knowledge systems and their relationship to what's real in reality. So what we're capable of coming to understand is under methodological naturalism applied. The application of methodological naturalism is called science. The scientific method is a principle derived from the the epistemics of methodological naturalism.
Okay. So, to be honest, I'm impressed with all the terms that you're bringing and all of that, even though we started on a rough fucking steps. But I just want to ask you, where do you get all your information from?
Shitting on nerds for the last 20 years.
Shitting on nerds.
Mhm.
All right, like, where are the resources? Like,
The nerds.
if you have a YouTube channel you want to recommend,
Well, I
the
have a
nerds,
YouTube
shitting
channel.
on nerds is
You're
how.
on my YouTube channel right now. So I have, yeah.
Hi, YouTube channel.
There's nobody there. I'm a loser.
Okay,
I'm just
I
doing
told him
this to
hi
give
in case there's
Igtheist
someone gonna.
information. This is
Mm,
Igtheism.
mm.
I'm using Igtheism right now. This is why I'm asking you. It depends on what you
Are
mean
you
by
against?
God. See, when
Yeah.
an atheist tells you it depends on what you mean by God, that's a cognitive platitude that they're giving you. They don't actually mean it. An atheist does not actually mean when they say it depends on what you mean by God. That's a quote. It depends on what you mean by God, end quote. When an atheist says that, they're lying to you. They're gaslighting you. It doesn't depend on what you mean by God.
Why?
Because an atheist has a definition of God in their head, and they're using that one to judge your claim. So you might have heard the God they worship is called the God of classical theism. So an atheist will construct a God in their brain that allows them to juxtapose their position from it, right? Because when an atheist approaches an atheist, I get the atheist to understand that some gods exist. And so what they end up doing when I show them, here's this God that exists, you know what the atheist says to me?
Yeah.
What do they say?
No, I'm asking you. Like, I'm saying, yeah. Can you? Yeah, continue.
Yeah, they're saying that's not a God. That's what they say. The atheist goes from not believing in the existence of a God to becoming a God identification expert. And they say that thing's not a God. When I say, okay, whoa, chill. What makes that thing not a God? You know what the atheist says?
What?
Not a coherent fucking thing. Nothing. Their feelings, they don't like it. It's incompatible with the God they worship. It's not what that nerd over there says. It's this litany of incoherent nonsense that an atheist will spew, just absolutely spew from their gutter swill mouth, right, about atheism. They will gaslight the ever-living fucking shit out of you while telling you the sun's not a God. They do this all the time. Go ask an atheist if the sun equals God, and they'll say no. And when you say, why is it not a God? They won't give you a good fucking reason. Not a single coherent reason will they say the sun is not a God. And so since I know that I don't have that answer either, when someone says this is a God, you know what I say? I just say, okay. Because it depends on what you mean by God. When you tell me what God is, like when you asked me, you said, hey, what do you mean by God? Or do you believe in God? I said, well, it depends on what you mean by God. I meant that. I didn't gaslight you right there like an atheist would gaslight you. An atheist would look at you and tell you that you're a filthy piece of shit that doesn't deserve being honest to, right? But not me. I won't lie to you like that. I'll tell you the truth. So
are you?
I don't know what a God is, so you have to tell me what a God is, and then when you do, I'll just use that definition. If you tell me it's the sun, I'll say your God exists. I just don't know what makes it a God. I'll ask you what makes it a God. If you just say because it's like up there, man, well, I guess that's a God. Because it is like up there, man.
Okay, so I know it's kind of like irrelevant to the whole conversation, but what do you identify yourself? Do you identify yourself as a certain something?
Yeah, igtheist. On this topic, yeah, I'm an igtheist, but I usually go by a meat popsicle. Or
meat popsicle?
Yeah, no, I call myself a ground monkey. I'm a ground monkey.
You're a ground monkey?
I'm a type of ground monkey.
Like ideologically wise.
Depends on what
like
ideology.
in a religious context, like
I'm an atheist.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards religion.
Not a philosophy, but a religion.
No,
okay,
I don't religion.
Atheist towards religion. Good.
No, I-G, not A. I'm
Okay.
I'm hostile towards atheism.
You're a theist or an atheist? Because I'm not hearing you well.
Atheism and theism are a false dichotomy. If these assholes weren't trolling in side chat, you'd be able to scroll up a little amount of bit and see an argument for Igtheism where it'll say my shit, but these guys have mountains of fucking text there blocking it, but you'll have to scroll all the way up and you'll see it. Igtheism. Now, that's just a shitty argument up there. It's just a shitty argument to get people to look at something and we can talk about it, but that's an igtheistic argument inside chat there.
Okay. Okay. To be honest, I'm just like overwhelmed with the messages. Okay.
So I don't have a definition for the ontology of God. My God definition, I have a God definition, but my God definition,
Okay.
the ontology for my God definition is ground monkeys.
Can you elaborate?
Well, my definition is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. So my experience, yeah, it's convoluted, but my experience of what God is derived from the behaviors of my fellow ground monkey. That I see you people out there. I see what you've been doing. I see, I see what you're wearing, what you're doing, where you're going, what you're building, right? What books you're writing. I could see it, right? And like everybody else, you can look out there and see what the ground monkey's doing. And what they're doing is they're out there believing in God things. They're out there going, and they're just making shit up in their fucking brains. Some of them are pointing at real shit, like the wind, cosmos, man. It's like super trippy. And then some of them are pointing at things that aren't there, right? Now, some of the things that aren't there are there, but you just can't see it. And some of those things that aren't there, actually not there. Like they can't be there. They'd be logically incoherent, so they're just not there, right?
Okay.
So there's when you ask yourself, what does God mean? What does the word God mean? When you zoom out enough, it don't mean a fucking thing. It's like it means literally everything. It means everything.
That's
and
why.
When it means everything, it means nothing. And so it's categorically broken. But we're not good with that shit. We don't like categorically broken things, so we try to fix it anyway. And we start building subcategories and being like, all right, guys, we're going to play by rules here. And when we're thinking about gods, we're going to call them in like monotheisms and polytheisms and henotheisms and quasi-theism, just all these, dude, the multitudes, right? It's because it's imaginary.
That's why. Yeah, I understand, but that's why in the beginning of a debate or a discussion.
You don't, because it's not always imaginary.
I understand.
It is not always imaginary. And in fact, all of the emotions that a human being may feel during their like religious experiences are all experiences every fucking monkey that walks this fucking planet feels. We all feel the same shit. You don't get magic feelings because you read a book that you didn't read and it supports pedophilia and you actually find it disgusting and get mad at me for pointing at it, right? That's not why you believe shit's good. You believe shit's good because the ground monkeys around you been looking at you the whole time being like, hey, you better believe this shit's good or we'll fuck you up. You see that rule list over there? You fucking break those rules, we will push your fucking shit in. That's why you've been good this whole time, because you've been inculcated by your society to believe a certain narrative. Right now, in that society, because we're ground monkeys, we like have all these fractions and divisions and tribes and shit, right? We're tribal, right? And so because of that, we have differences, and we fucking hate each other for those differences because you're a fucking outgroup. Fuck you. What I've learned is to transcend the outgroup hostility, okay? And that is to have in-group hostility as well, right? If you have in-group and out-group hostility, and you understand that everybody is a piece of shit, that ethical misanthropy is the best position so that we could take this concept and say, all right, since we all know we're fucked in the head because humans are shitty, let's not go with our intuitions. Let's like reason some shit. Let's get everybody in here. Oh, yeah, you do. Everybody, get them all in here. We'll listen to them, then we'll filter through the noise with reason and rationality and logic and shit like that. And that's what we've been doing. That's what sophistry turned to philosophy. And now we're big brain nerds with fucking rockets and shit, technology. Right? But we didn't do this all by ourselves. We did it through discourse and experimentation and stuff like that. But you know, if in psychology you'll never fix a problem you ain't even aware of. And what the problem is us. We're shitty. We're a shitty animal. And so we should strive for ideals that transcend our shitty existence, right? That we're just shitty, filthy ass, stinky monkeys, bro. I don't want my future kin, like in a million years, to have to suffer the monkey form, right? We need to transcend this shit. Like, don't get me fucking wrong. The monkey form is dope as shit, but it could be so much better. We could have tentacles, prehensile tails, telescopic penises.
I mean, I already got one of them.
Yeah.
All right, Troy, prove it.
What's your definition of proof? What's your standard of proof or standard of truth? Can you give me one, please?
It's modular.
Okay. How are you using modular there?
Means it can be adjusted to the standards that you're employing. Like I'm
So
asking
you can just continue. So if I provided you with any sort of evidence, then you could just adjust it to a standard that's higher than the one that I just provided.
I don't know which one you just provided.
I'm just giving an example. If I provided a piece of evidence, then you're just going to adjust your standard to a level higher than that.
I don't know what that means.
And say that. So you're going to say that that's not enough. I need more without defining what more is.
Is that what I'm going to say?
Is it?
I don't think that's not what I don't remember ever saying shit like that. Maybe when I was a theist or something, I said some shit like that.
Well, you said it was modular, and so the standard of truth is always different. So that doesn't really make it a standard.
Well, think about it, Troy. Wouldn't that be tethered to the notion that the truth being proclaimed may be modular itself too? Maybe? That not all truths are the same kind of truth, right?
Well, then that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, let me try.
Then truth would not be truth.
I want you
to
imagine a rhino, okay? Are you done?
Yeah, I got it. I got a rhino in my head, yeah.
Okay, I believe you. I think it's true. I think you're actually imagining a rhino. I think that's true. Do you think it's true that I'm imagining a rhino? Hold on. Done.
Sure.
Bam. That's a standard of truth because it's so low, right? It's not like you're retarded. I lied. It was a chinchilla.
Okay.
Right? Like,
okay, so like, dude, all right. So here's what I'm going to do right now, okay?
Okay.
All your gods are fake, okay? Imagine all of your gods are fake because they never demonstrated or involved themselves into reality in any sense.
Troy, pause. By a reductio, I can't do that.
Okay, so here's what I would ask from you then.
Do you understand why by a reductio I can't do that?
Can you show me any historical demonstration that your God actually exists?
Do you understand why by a reductio ad absurdum I cannot do what you're asking me to do? Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
Well, remember one of the gods I was saying earlier that I heard was a god, was all of reality?
Was all of reality?
Yeah, well, literally, reality. That's one of the definitions I heard.
Are you just asserting this without any any proof?
Do you need evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can go to Google, type in naturalistic pantheism, hit enter. It's a whole ass philosophy. Those nerds believe reality is God. It's not me. I didn't do it. I think they're nerds. Would never do that shit. But that's what they say. Just like the Christards do. They point at Jesus and call it God. These nerds point at reality and call it God.
Yeah, well, we just Jesus is just God in the form of man.
I don't care. I really don't. I'm an atheist.
That's a straw man.
God is whatever you tell me God is, bro. So I don't care to go down that road. I don't care. You could tell me God is a square circle, and I'll say lock it in. And if you lock that shit in, I'm going to look at you. I'm going to say one last final.
hold on. Well, we would understand that like it would be contradictory to say that
I don't care. We're not there
what
yet in the conversation. It's a relevant aspect of the conversation that we're discussing right now.
Yeah, I'm actually discussing your naturalistic pantheon.
It's not my naturalistic pantheism. Listen, dude. Fuck, dude. Troy, pay attention to what you asked me to do. You asked me to
Okay,
assume
so I
all
can
my
explain
gods-
something further than that if you'd like.
Troy, you asked me to imagine all the gods I was talking about were fake. Now, one of those gods in your statement, imagine all the gods, one of those gods is literally all of reality. So you are asking me to imagine all of reality is fake. That's
Incorrect.
modulate your statement, bro.
That's not what I said. Yeah, let me clarify.
Troy, that's logical, though. That's the logical entailment so far. You got to modulate what you said.
Yeah, let me clarify. So what I'm saying here is that God itself has nothing to do with reality, completely sovereign.
I know that? I don't know that shit.
Well, I'll explain on how you can know that. And
Well,
so
I'm not going to know that because you explained some shit. That's not how that works,
hold on.
man.
Well, I'm going to give you something to look into. No worries.
I need on toast. I need on toast. That's
Yeah,
what I need.
so it would be completely contradictory, logically speaking, to say that everything that came into existence that is material
that's not what they're saying.
Created.
You're strawmanning them. You're strawmanning them.
Hold on.
You're strawmanning them.
Well, explain where I'm strawmanning.
They don't believe that. They're naturalistic pantheists. So they basically are scientists.
Well, science doesn't disprove God. Science proves God. I'm curious.
Science does not assert all of reality came into being. That's not what science asserts.
So it believes that reality is eternal.
You would have to ask them. I'm sure some of them would say yes, but some would probably say no.
Well, if it has no beginning, that means it has no end. And if it has no beginning, that means it would have to be eternal.
Troy, anything you could ask a hyper nerd in physics about and get the varying answers that you get in physics, like whether time began or time didn't begin, you're going to get a wide breadth of answers in there. You're going to get the same responses from naturalistic pantheists.
Well, it's just an easy yes or no. Either it has a beginning or it doesn't. And if it doesn't have a beginning, that means it's eternal. If it does have a beginning, that means it's not eternal. And if it is eternal, hold on. If it is eternal,
I get you. I don't need to hold on. Every naturalistic pantheist I've spoken to has just taken a naturalistic scientific approach to reality.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have a difficult time trying to defend that position because
it's
the physical reality which you witness.
Naturalistic pantheist.
Yeah, the physical reality in which you witness on a daily basis is not unchanging.
They're saying nature is God. They're not saying it's not unchanging. You're strawmanning.
What they observe is a sort of regression in this.
It doesn't matter. This is completely irrelevant. I'm saying to you, Troy, I don't want to get down into the weeds of you arguing and me vicariously defending naturalistic pantheism. Listen, the only reason I brought them up is because you said, imagine all the gods you were talking about are fake. And I told you a reductio says no. Fix your statement.
Yeah. So, I was just trying to do some deductive reasoning there with you then at that point.
Well, Troy, the problem with
stuff, though.
Well, you're not an atheist at that point.
The problem with your premises is that none of what you're saying seems to be part of reality in the sense of what you're saying science represents. Like, is there a single scientific, peer-reviewed research paper that you read on this topic which said what you're saying?
Which topic?
What God is.
With regards to what God is and with regards to the state of the
what do you consider scientific?
In the way you described it.
Dude, come on, man.
I mean, science, there are journals of science. They're literally called journals of science.
Like a sort of a documentation of some sort of
science.
event.
Not pseudoscience, Troy. Science.
No.
Oh, okay.
Journal of Science. There's something specifically called the Journal of Science, where scientists peer review each other before they publish their papers, and those are the ones that they accept. Scientists accept between one another.
Sure. Yeah, I could say that I have that, right?
Which paper did you read that says that?
It would be like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah.
That's not a science. That's not a journal of science.
Yeah, it is.
Bro, listen.
Wow.
Hold
No,
on.
it's
Let's
not.
hold on.
It's a
Everybody
documentation.
fucking
It's a
pause.
documentation of an event that
Stop.
occurred.
Troy, you'll get more time to speak, man. Listen, we're not challenging you that the Bible does or doesn't say what it says. It's irrelevant. If you're just citing the Bible, you could just cite the Bible, and that's fine. You don't got to pretend it's all scientific. It's in the body of science. I am aware of the document. It is a real document. There are alleged authors, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I like Malachi chapter 2, verse 3 is my jam, but you can like the Matthew and Mark and Luke and John and shit. What about Peter and Paul? You like those two? Like, dude, throw in what you like, what you don't like. That's irrelevant. Do you have any evidence God exists, that it's real? Ontology.
Okay, what's your so I mean like
ontology. I said that was my beginning intro. Ontology.
Yeah,
I deal with
like the
epistemics and ontology, not semantics. You're talking about semantics, bro.
Yeah, the Shroud of Turin and the blood of Jesus Christ would be an example
that's
of that.
a non sequitur, because I asked for ontology.
What do you mean?
Okay, so let's correct the record then. Let's make sure you're not committing idolatry. You know that idolatry can be expressed as putting something before your God?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm asking you to put your God first as ontological. And you gave me the Shroud of Turin. So why did you put the Shroud of Turin before your God? So don't do that. Don't give me B when I'm asking for A. That's idolatry.
Are you talking about like a collection of selected works?
No, I'm asking for the ontology of God.
Can you spell that for me? I'm sorry, I'm a little dumb.
It's Q, 4, R. Wait, spell what?
Ontology, dude.
Antol. You want me to spell antol? No, it's E-O-O. Wow, I'm fucking myself up. O-N-T-O-L-O.
Ontology.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're saying God's got being, and I'm saying, let me see it. Let me get it.
Yeah.
However it's got, I don't care how to get it. If I got to dangle something into it or pull on something, just whatever I got to do.
Yeah. So like I would ask you probably like, are numbers real?
That's idolatry.
How is it idolatry?
Because I asked for God. You would be saying God is responsible for numbers, right? Numbers come into being because of God.
Well, I'm just asking you if they're real things.
But that's
Do
idolatry.
they have real, like, do they have truths? Like, does it reveal truths for us?
But it's idolatry.
How is that idolatry?
Because I'm asking you to present God's ontology. So
I'm not idol worshiping anything.
Hang on.
If anything, I'm grateful.
Hang on. You're never going to understand where I'm going if I got a spurg like that again. So understand, I'm trying to say something to you. You just continuing to talk when I'm saying hang on. That's triggering the fuck out of me, bro.
Dude.
Is it? Is it ridiculous to ask you to hang on? Is that ridiculous?
No, that's not ridiculous, bro. Just go ahead.
Or is it ridiculous for you to not hang on when I'm asking you to hang on? I think that's the ridiculous part, dude. So I have repeatedly told you this. This is why it's frustrating and I needed you to hang on. I am asking you about God's ontology. There is only one fucking thing that counts. So A equals A. I am asking for A.
Yeah, it would be like for a physical being, it would be like Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Idolatry.
Not idolatry.
It is idolatry. Because now you're putting the concept, because you're putting the concept of Jesus Christ ahead of the ontology of God. You didn't give me, yes, listen, you're citing the Bible again. The concepts derived from the Bible, we only know about Jesus because of the Bible, because it was a story passed on. So you're literally just citing the narrative. I'm not asking you for a narrative of Jesus. I'm asking, if you're citing Jesus as God, then I'm asking for motherfucking Jesus.
Oh, what, dude? I'm so confused, bro. That's
How are you
the answer.
confused? If I said I have a dog, if I said I had a dog, right, and you question that I have a dog, is me talking about the concept of dogs sufficient to grant that I have a dog?
Yeah. Let me say this,
yes?
right?
You think yes? Did you not listen to the hypothetical? I say I have a dog. You are doubting that I have a dog. Is me talking about the concept of dogs sufficient?
Absolutely not.
No. Me having a dog.
But
I'm saying
it's
I have
disanalogous.
No, it's not. I mean it
Yes,
this way.
it is.
Don't gaslight me because I mean it this way. This is not disanalogous. This is true.
Well, I was talking about compared
hang on,
to my
hang on.
example.
This is true. This is true of all propositions this way. All ontological and epistemological propositions here. This is true of all of them.
Can I give you another example of what I'm trying to say and how it's disanalogous?
I mean, you could say a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if it's going to work.
Sure. So like the same concept with your dog, right? Like, for example, like you're like, let's say you claim that you have a dog, right? And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Can you show me your dog? And then you're like, well, my dog died. And it's not here with us anymore.
Then I'm gaslighting you.
You're gaslighting me, right? But then,
I'm gaslighting.
Let's say you pulled out a certificate.
No, we're
from
at the end. I'm being disingenuous.
I'm trying to show. Right, but I'm trying to show you where my example takes place. And so, let's say, for example, you were like, "But I had a dog, bro," and I'm telling you the truth. And
so
I'm like, "How do we prove that?"
Right, so I'd be gaslighting.
I'm like, "How do we prove that?"
So gaslighting.
Yeah, at this moment, until you pull out the certificate from the vet. So where they put your dog down.
So just pure gaslighting?
No. So the vet actually gave you
gaslighting. Okay, if
they gave you a receipt.
Hey, Troy, real quick.
A receipt, right?
Troy, real quick. If it's not endless gaslighting, skip to the non-gaslighting part of your story.
Yeah, no worries. So so you pull out this receipt that the vet gave you.
Yeah, that would be gaslighting. That right there would be gaslighting. You have to say the honest thing. What's the honest thing?
About the vet putting your dog down. Right?
No. About the original. What's the original proposition?
Yeah, the original proposition is whether or not something is considered evidence.
No. The original proposition that we're discussing
ontologically
down this rabbit trail. I mean, what's the original proposition of this rabbit trail?
Yeah, ontology. Ontology. Sorry.
No. This rabbit hole about dogs. Right.
Dude,
so
you literally asked me about ontology, dude.
The claim here. Let's just cut to the chase. The claim that we're addressing here is whether or not I have a dog, and in your hypothetical, I say to you, yes, I have a dog, and I'm saying immediately, given to your ongoing development of the story, that it turns out my dog is dead and cremated and all the way over there. Going all the way back to that original statement when I told you, yes, I have a dog, I was gaslighting you from that moment, right? That moment, I was gaslighting. So we don't need the endless trail of gaslighting because what I need to do...
it's disanalogous.
Hold on. What I need to do is tell you something like, I used to have a dog, she died, she was cremated, I wanted to get her remains so that I could have them, but shit got all fucked up and I couldn't get them. So you could either believe me or not, but I used to have a dog and she's no longer with me. That's how I would not be a gaslighter. Other than that, that's gaslighting because I'm giving a false representation of reality to you. I'm taking advantage that you can't see it from my side. That's gaslighting. So it's analogous when you do it. When you do it in your modality, you're a gaslighter. So you're okay with that gaslighting story because you're a gaslighter because you've been gaslit into believing that pure semantic content is ever going to amount to an epistemic bridge, an epistemic prior, or any kind of epistemology. No, you can't. Not pure.
I could bridge it.
Not pure semantically, you cannot.
Yeah, I could. I could say that like
semantics.
Maybe.
Not with
Well,
semantics.
I could say like, for example,
not
that
with
like
semantics,
maybe someone.
Not with semantics.
Relax,
not with
relax,
semantics.
dude.
Not with semantics.
Relax.
Not
dude.
with semantics. Not with semantics. Not with semantics. We're talking about epistemology. You're never getting there with semantics. You'll use your semantics when developing a valid epistemology, but you don't get to a valid epistemology from semantics. You get it from the observations you make about the ontological status of the thing that you're trying to develop a knowledge claim about. You're trying to bake into pure semantic content epistemic weight. You get zero,
Well,
sir. You get none.
Yeah, let me just entertain the fact. Let me grant that all that's true, right? Let me just grant it.
Because it is
This
true.
is probably my favorite side of the argument, right? Let me just grant that God isn't real.
No, not asking you to grant that.
me,
Hold on. Whoa. Not
yeah,
asking
yeah.
you
Let's
to
say
grant that.
God is real. Let's say God is real.
Hold on.
But he doesn't really
Pause.
care about.
You clearly misunderstood what I just said, dude. So you need to pause. You clearly misunderstood what I just said. I said if you want to develop an epistemic model, you got to start with the ontology. You're wanting to start with semantics, and that's never getting you there. Never, ever. You could literally use every word in your lexicon in any combination you want, no matter amount of half times. You're never getting there.
Can I ask you a question, just like about like religion set aside for just a second? Like, do you believe that Jesus Christ like resurrected from the dead?
I don't believe in magic, dude.
Okay, that's fair.
I use an
yeah, I'll
external
grant
critique.
that. I'll grant that. And so, like, I'll grant that like no one has ever laid dead for 3 days and resurrected from the dead. Correct, proving that there
I don't
is
care.
no life after death.
I don't
Right.
care to evaluate this kind of. This is. I mean, I can humor.
Well, I want to grant this. Yeah, I just want to
But
grant
why?
you what you're
I don't
saying.
want to jerk you off, dude.
No, you're not jerking me off.
Yeah, I am.
That's gay.
I'm doing a shower fantasy with you right now, dude.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to understand like where you're at,
dude,
right?
I will stand with you in a bathroom, and we can both watch a real man take a shower, and that water cascade down his back and drip down between his butt cheeks that are really firm, and his fucking abdominal muscles just rusting all in there as he deeply breathes and shit, and his pubic hair is just combed down around his throbbing penis. Dude, I can do that with you in reality. I don't want to sit here and have a circle jerk fucking fantasy. Right now, I'm not gay, so I'm not going to do it in reality, and I'm not going to imagine it with you either. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. I don't want to sit here and have a circle jerk fantasy with you about anything, bro. If you want to have a hypothetical,
All right, you can quit talking about it if you want.
Tethered. If you want to have a hypothetical, it needs to be tethered to reality, because I am talking about ontology.
Yeah, well, someone wrote a story about this. That's why I'm kind of asking you whether or not you believe that it was true.
The ontological status is the Bible. I'm not asking you to prove the existence of the Bible, heretic. Why are you doing this, sinner, reprobate? Why are you putting the Bible before your God, heathen?
Of course I wouldn't.
What did Moses say about golden calves, brother?
Of course I wouldn't put
well, you're doing that with the Bible because I didn't ask you to show me the Bible. Did I ask you to provide the ontological status of the Bible? Or did I say provide the ontological?
I think you got the wrong one, dude.
Did I ask you to provide the ontological status of your Bible, or did I ask you to provide the ontological status of your God?
Well, what we were talking about is...
Hold on. Wait. Digest the question and go. So which one did I ask you to do? I asked you to demonstrate the ontological status of your God, and like a heathen, what'd you do? You put the Bible first, sinner.
I stripped you of all meaning and purpose of your life.
No, you just put the Bible before your God.
Well, you're going to cease to exist, and there's no life after death, and you can't demonstrate that there is.
Tell that to Jephthah, dude. Jephthah was minding her own business. Do you agree with Jephthah? Do you think she got a raw deal? Mr. I have free will? Mr. I have free... Mr. I... Hey, Mr. I have free will.
I don't appeal to the Bible.
Troy, Mr. I have free will. Do you agree with Jephthah's treatment?
Who's Jephthah?
Wow.
No, I'm kidding, bro. Yeah, I agree with it 100%, dude. He should have murdered multiple people that day instead of just his daughter.
You like free will?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, you're retarded, dude. Fucking retard, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Don't come back. Fucking trash, dude. That guy got fucking dog walked, dude, with Igtheism. This is Igtheism right here, boys. fucking Igtheism. Whoop, whoop. What do you need atheism for, huh? Dude, I'm telling you, Igtheism could be used to fucking anything. It's an epistemic model. It can be applied epistemically. Runs in tandem with many other famous epistemic models. Absolutely wild, dude. You know who that was? That was fuck, what's his name? Jonathan. That's Jonathan right there. Jonathan the Catholic, I believe, or Orthodox. Got absolutely dog walked by a knuckle dragger simply employing the powers of Igtheism. I'm telling you guys, it's the creme de la creme of philosophies of, you know, that pertain to the topic of the God thing. I mean, it can be applied to other shit too, but nothing is as incoherent and disconnected from reality as the topic of the God thing. I mean, you could talk about superheroes and shit, but ain't nobody taking that shit seriously. Who's gonna sit here and like quibble over like Thanos 616 is more powerful than Thanos 8215 or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know other ones. But no one's gonna give it. Nerds do that shit. And even in their little microcosm, no one gives a shit, right? It's just nerds being nerds. This is the only thing that we do this for. Human beings are fucking psychos. And this guy, Troy, come on, we all know your name, Jonathan. No one for a fucking second didn't know who that was. I don't know why are you banned from the server or something? Is that what it is? Oh, it can't be because you're a Christian room mod. So yeah, no, it's not that you're banned from the server. It's just you're a retard, dude. Look, like you sit in your fucking room day in, day out, right? You nerds, you fucking nerds, you come to my goddamn chat room, man. You're a fucking guest room owner, dude. We're guest room mod. You fucking nerdy ass nerd coming into my. I don't never go into your fucking guys' rooms, man. Never. I've never went into any of y'all's fucking rooms. If I did, it was on accident and I misclicked. And you want to come here and subject yourself to the fiefdom of Igtheism, bruh. Like, bro, you guys just don't get it. This is why we can't have like regular debates, because you guys are so bad. You non-Igtheists are so bad. You're so gaslit with all the bad memes, man, that we got to literally go back to toddler with you fucking people, dude. Everybody who disagrees with Igtheism, it's like return to toddler. I'm not even bullshitting. Every time you hear me say some shit like, what's your first memories, bro? What do you remember your first? And it's like 5 to 7 years old, right? And some people look, well, I'm super smart, so I had one at 4, right? They do that shit, but they're locked in. I'm talking to your little toddler, the little vestige of the memory of the little toddler in you. And it's that era, right, that I'm talking about. It's in your brain. It's in there just bouncing around. That's what that memory is, right? So it's deculcation, right? I have another word for it, but it's deculcation. You've been inculcated. You need to outculcate, okay? Not all of it. Now, humans, you know, you need humans. I'm not saying that. You got to like humans enough to, like, work with them because they're wild as shit, right? Barely domesticated. Like, human beings, the only thing that domesticated a human being is our intelligence. You take our intelligence out of the equation, we're fucking violent animals. So, it just is what it is, man. I hate it. You should hate it. And we should endeavor, like, when you look at someone and you're thinking about breeding, right? Like you're at a bar and you're looking at this person, you're like, I want to make babies with this person. Make sure that the trait you're looking at is an intelligent trait, right? One that does intelligence, something about intelligence. Do an intelligence test. And if they pass it, breed with that one. And then the one that, like, when you got like 4 of them, right? Have them in rapid succession. so that they can, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Get them all bow, 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 bow. And then as they're developing, they're basically developing right by, and you could kind of track them. You could see which one's like, you know what I'm saying, which one, and then which one's your favorite, right? You can look at that and you can model the world around it and inculcate them in a better way with this model, like, because you're not brainwashing them with just nonsense, right? So that's all I'm saying. Like, when you guys are going out to breed, if at least you could just breed with the smart people, okay? Make babies. Look, I understand, the cowboy, whatever, he got bucked and he's got no shirt and you want to just fucking breed with it, but have sex with it, breed with the nerds. You could buy nerd sperm, okay, and just make those ones. Make the conscious, empathetic decision to realize that, maybe getting the shit kicked out of you is not a trait that we need for the future. Now, I am not, listen, cowboys, I get it, right? I'm not shitting on the thing. I'm just saying, when we breed, we need to ensure that we're putting our best and our brightest forward, okay? And if you're a linebacker, look, you had your days. That was college. Now your shit's fucking all fucked up because all the impacts, right? So you got to understand, we need the breeders, guys. That's how we get out of the quagmire of humanity, is we recognize that we're dumb as shit, and the only chance we have is to get smarter. And we're not going to do that by breeding with, like, the dumbest ones. Like, we just got to make the conscious decision to, like, register yourself as a breeder or not, and we'll determine whether or not you have. Okay, I can't troll that part. I was about to go into some trolling. I don't want breeders in this shit, but honestly, if we could do this at a sexual level, like sexual mating level, where we don't need laws and shit, just like, women, listen to me. Go after the nerds. Just breed with the nerd. That's our only hope. Idiocracy is literally like 3 horizons away, ladies. So help out and breed with the smart ones. But yeah, we're kind of fucked though, because we all know Idiocracy's true. It's definitely a documentary that nailed a lot of shit, and our species is fucked, man. Just look at it. Just fucking look at it. That's all you got to do is go outside, talk to somebody's kid. They're there, just be like, hey, what's up? And then they'll say things, listen, and then just digest that information. And we're a lost fucking cause, dude. These kids these days, man, they barely know how to communicate outside their electronic devices. Like, reality is not real to these kids anymore. Everything's on. Like, we went through COVID. There's kids out there. You got to think about that. That went like years, their formative years, not connecting with kids. And in this day and age, when like everybody's already inside, dude, like the social damage that fucking pandemic or whatever it did is crazy. All right, nerd, Sputnik, let's go, prove it. You're up. Yeah, that's what I thought, nerd. Get wrecked. Couldn't prove it. Yeah, Singer. There's a shitload, man. There is a shitload of religious stuff out there. And as an atheist, I recognize that it ain't my fucking job to figure out which one's right. So the easiest operation here, so that I don't have to pretend that I'm some kind of God expert, is to just believe them. God is whatever they fucking tell you. Just digest it, figure out what they're saying, and then computate the information and come up with a response. Use that information to formulate a conclusion. You don't have to jump the gun and be like, yeah, all forms of God are not real ever, right? And then lie and gaslight people and say, but if you prove one, I'll believe it. And then gaslight them further by saying, well, it depends on what you mean by God. If you guys just stop doing all that shit and just bend the fucking knee to Igtheism, pick out your weapon, and get ready for Igtheist Ragnarok. Like, I don't know what else to do. See, that's the thing, man. Like, I'm not actually like anti-magic belief. I'm anti-using magic belief to vote. I understand my fellow monkey. I think and this is going to sound narcissistic, but I think I understand my fellow man in a more deep way than a lot of people. Not everybody, but a lot of people, because I've talked to a lot of people. And I think just in there, talking to a lot of people gives you the ability to do that. And when you talk to as much people as I have, you do get some levels of insight. And I don't know whether my insights are right or wrong. That's the part I'm trying to flesh out. But still, there's some wisdom in there somewhere about that. I just, I'm working on a model to explain it. And I'm not doing so good. So. See, I don't even think you can know yourself. Petunia typed earlier when she was in here. She rage quitted though. Said selfhood is the starting point of everything I can know. And when you think about like what is yourself to know, is that even attainable, right? Because isn't there that forward like paradox of knowledge where like that then you know, and it just you're a transient entity. And I think the best conceptualizations of the self are in a transient form. And I don't even know if there's like ways to like describe stuff like that. Like if you could see the world line, or like say like a block universe, man, we would not be describing shit as apples, right? I don't think apple would be a fitting description. It would be like the red smear tube, I guess. Like, I don't even know what a block universe would look like. But when I try to brain one in there and think of it, I smear out the 3 dimensions, so everything turns into like a worm you can't see. I don't think apples look like apples at all. They definitely look like fucking apples in like this slice of the moment at this angle. When you look at shit at this fucking 3-dimensional angle right there, just hold still right there and bam, it looks like an apple. But I think, you tilt your head in the wrong direction, that fucking apple takes on shapes that, fuck your brain up if you actually could imagine that shit, because you need some like extra brain parts or something like that, because you're trying to imagine, what an apple looks like truly, right? And it's just like, come on, you ain't doing that. Like, imagine trying to keep all the fucking quirks in your brain of a fucking single apple and then track that shit through its entire temporal space. Yeah, you ain't imagining that, so just fucking give up, right? But we approximate that shit because all we ever could see is just that fucking slice, this just moment of now, and everything's looking like this shit right here. But I'm telling you, like, don't believe that the shit looks like it does. It's just that you're just looking at that angle, right? You turn around, it looks completely fucking different. And that's what I mean, is like, yourself is a transient spatio-temporal object that occupies higher dimensional states, but everything is like that. It's all that fucking turd does that shit. So us sitting here being like, yeah, we know some shit. No, we don't fucking know a goddamn thing. Not on that level. We know our approximations. We know the shape of a banana and what's inside of a coconut. But to pretend that we could tell the, intrinsic nature of fucking reality and that the only people who are talking about that shit are literally the dumbest among us, right? The dumbest among us are the ones talking about that shit. The whole fucking, what does it mean, bro? And it's like, who came and like made it? It's like, those people are not serious, and the only reason that they're fucking doing it is because their parents are cognitively malnourishing their fucking brains in the proper mimetic pathways that'll get them to develop higher cognitive metastates, metacognitive higher words of meaning and jargon, and Jordan Peterson. All right, nerd, let's go. Clement, you're up. Prove it. Let's see what you got, man.
Can they deafen themselves?
Clement.
Oh, they're initiate.
God damn, you. All right, you should be able to go. I have sacrificed myself more for you than Jesus ever did. Prove the existence of the God thing. This nerd deafened himself, really? Yo, Clement, you're supposed to deafen the YouTube and keep the Discord undeafened. What are you doing? Wow. Let's try this. Did this help? Yeah, that seemed to help.
Man, I wish I was there for that last part of the conversation. I had a phone call. That interlocutor had to pivot to whatever bullshit you could point at in Christianity instead of addressing the point.
Yeah, no. Well, to Singer and you, going back to like that Jonathan or Troy as he was going by on Discord, he wasn't saying what he needed to say, what he wanted to say. What he wanted to say was either believe in my specific version of Catholicism or we'll just chop your fucking head off. He doesn't have that luxury in reality, but he was raised by bigoted people who didn't teach him how to think. And he's found himself in intellectual. There are intellectuals on him. And these intellectuals have trained him to say just enough. Then he runs into people like me that know, how to say stuff back. And he just spurgs out and fucking becomes a toxic asshole because he was a toxic asshole the whole time. He's been a toxic asshole since I've known the fucking guy. So it's just what it is. It's just you got parents out there raising their kids to be these little fucking hate machines, and that's what happens. They just go around fucking hating shit, and they don't even know what the fuck they hate. You gotta hate the right shit. You can't just fucking hate the wrong shit. Get gassed out hating the wrong shit. Hating the shit you're supposed to hate makes you feel good to hate, so you want to keep doing it, and then everything's awesome. But these fucking monsters, right? They're taught that the world outside is different, right? Because inside the confines of their fucking, their house or their compound or whatever, inside there everything's nice and safe, and everybody believes the same shit, and they're not preparing these people for the outside information, and that's their own folly, because your gaslighting only works as long as they're not being exposed to other information. You get a hold of a person early enough in their development and start planting seeds of curiosity, mimetics, and this is why they go after K through 12 so much. They go through K through 12 because, K through 12 is a scientific mimetic injection institution where we herd children through a series of cognitive tests designed to elicit synthesis of new neural activity based on the fact that the brain can be primed. The brain is an adaptive machine, and so as you prime it, it stimulates to function and develop, logic gates and shit like that, learning, right? And your brain develops at a certain amount of time, and these fucking nerds, they went there and they studied the kids. They put the head calipers on, and they put them into machines and spun them around, and they got all the information, and they've determined that like at this age, you need to inject these memes, and then that'll set them up for this age, and then that meme injection, and then it'll set them up for this age, and then that's what the nerds did. They created a processing facility for memetic injection, and we call that the institutes, right? The arts, right? We memetically program our offspring with K through 12, and what the religious people don't like is that all of this, all that shit is like religious destructive information, right? And it is necessarily. You learn about biology in school. It tells you you're a monkey. That's why you understand me right now, because you took English and linguistics says I'm speaking monkey, and that's why you understand it. So this is toxic information to a group of people who want to socially isolate their kids so that they can, when they're going through it. And yeah, it's differences in the memetics, right? And then we come to head, his kind decided to inject these hateful, anti-human, pro-Christian beliefs, and this guy is a fucking monster. He is genuinely a monster. I'm not going to go too into detail. I've had dozens and dozens of conversations with this guy. Heard him say he spurred out on me a number of times. If it's Jonathan, if it's the guy that I know, I could be wrong about it, but their voices are like identical. It's just he's using a different device, so he thinks, I don't know, but whatever. Still, it's the case. They're memetically programmed to hate people like me, and I have memetically programmed myself to be an ugly hate machine, right? I am an ugly hate machine, right? I use it ugly on them. I do it. I do it. I go after them. I memetically program them in reverse. People like him. That's what I like to do. I get online and I find these kinds of assholes, and then I do what they do back to them. But in my endeavor is to inject the good memes, to give them that their parents didn't do. But unfortunately, it's gross. It's a horrific thing, man, because these people need help. They need help. And their minds are so twisted around these philosophies, and they interpret everything that I do as just baseless hostility. And a lot of it is, I'm not going to lie, and that's part of the problem. But a lot of baked in there is good shit that these people need. They need these memes and stuff. So they get triggered, and their brains are still turned on to those emotional pathways. So if you're going to get into a mind like this abusive piece of shit that would probably kill me if given a chance, you just got to get those memes in there, right? And it just plan it. Doesn't matter whether it fixes his brain, because it teaches you how to get those memes in there. And since it's our jobs as monkeys to teach each other stuff, it's your obligation. If you figure out a dope ass meme and you think that shit will help everyone, it's sort of like your duty to share that meme, which is why I don't like chat freeloading. I got all those rules about that shit. So share the memes if you have them. I understand why you wouldn't be doing the ones that are making you money, stuff like that. But for real, it's time that the monkeys unite, take over this planet, genetically engineer ourselves into a super species, take over the universe, find aliens, and then fuck them up. And I want to get there, but we're never going to get there as long as we're killing each other. So we need to stop harming each other so that we can endeavor to take over the whole ass. Dude, listen, I'm not talking about going to some fucking alien species where they're all nice and shit. I'm talking about going down to the ones that need their shit pushed in, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. I'm sure there's some big ass fucking super planet out there just filled with just bullshit. And it's a dope ass planet and we want it. And they're bad. We need to take them the fuck out of there. But I'm sure there's a lot of good ones too, that they're not dicks. And that's where the recon shit happens. We find the ones that are good, leave them alone for now. For now, keyword for now, go for just the dicks. Go after them, right? We're dicks. But we're intelligent dicks, right? We don't know that the planet of other dicks are going to be planet bound and not be able to get off of it because they're stupid or something. Like they might be stupid and that's why they're stuck down. All right, Pasha, Let's go. Prove it. Yeah, that's what I thought, nerd. They could be stuck on that fucking planet, right? But if they get off, they can tard their way into galactic domination, bro. This is possible. Look what they just talked about in fucking oh, that's too soon. Scratch that. Don't listen to that shit. But what I'm saying here is, it is our ethical duty to recognize humans suck ass and then to fix each other. Because you know we do. You know we do. Amen, brother. I'm signing off. For now. Till there's another nerd to shit on. Dude, I would just love to hear a Catholic come in here and say, nuh-uh, we don't want to kill you. Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm ready. See, because what I hate is all this alleged reformation that's gone through the Catholic Church, you know. They tell you, look, we're better. We're better now. We don't do the shit we used to. But then when you ask them, okay, well, what pages of the Bible did you rip out? And they're like, what? And you're like, yeah, what pages of your Bible did you, you know, rip out of there? Any? And they're like, oh, no. None of them, actually. That's how you know they didn't change shit and they're just biding their time. And when they have control, if they're not even trying to do it, like they could be trying to do it right now. You never know. We're looking at Israel, right? Maybe they're doing something in Romania. I don't know. One thing I do know is I'm surrounded by Catholics right now. All right, Basil. Did you bring it? Basil?
Hi, what's up?
Can you prove the God thing?
Oh, no, I was just here to listen in and see if there was a conversation going on.
That's a
How you guys
violation
doing?
of Rule 3.
Oh, people can't come here to. I mean, I might have chimed in, but
I have a YouTube
is there
channel.
like a rule
You
of the
can chat
server?
reloaded there.
Is it like a rule of the server or of the room?
What do you mean? Being a dick? No, you're allowed to be a dick on this server.
Oh, I was talking about Rule 3. You mentioned rule. Oh, you were teasing me. Okay,
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't.
I'm just
sorry.
yeah, I was just saying that yeah, you can be a filthy, disgusting piece of shit on this server. Yeah, if that's what you're asking. Can you do that? Yeah, you can do that. That's allowed on a server for you to be a toxic piece of shit and fuck with my room rules. Yeah, that's within the yeah, you're allowed to do that. Is that what you want to do?
Oh no.
Okay, can you prove the existence of a God thing then? Quit being an asshole in my fucking room.
Oh well, I mean, there's more than just me here. There's a few people here, right?
Yeah, are you making fun of me and you say I can't count or something? Like I can't count?
No, I'm not quite doing that.
Look, I understand I might sound like a fucking retard to you, but can you prove the existence of a God thing? Yes or no?
No, I'm
All
sorry.
right, then I
don't think
wait.
can
Get wrecked, nerd. So much for sounding like a fucking retard, huh? Boom, you just got fucking dominated. Absolute primitive style, dude.
I see.
Now, why can't you prove it?
Well, probably because he doesn't exist.
But how you know that?
Well, I mean, I think there's probably some evidence that God doesn't exist.
Well, I would say that you've already given me enough information to say that you're making a contradiction. Would you like to talk about that?
Sure.
How can a thing that doesn't exist have a penis?
Have a penis. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it could.
Yeah, you want to fix your God then? Huh? You want to go back? You want to go back a little bit? We didn't get very far in your philosophy. You want to go back already? We can go back. You can fix it.
I don't think I mentioned anything about a penis.
You said he. I'm a gender binaryismist. For talking to people about God, I always take strict gender role norms. So penis equals male, and vagina equals female. And you said he, which is what when we think about penises, we say he.
Well, you could say he to describe somebody who doesn't have a penis.
Yeah, but I'm a genderism is 1-2ism, non-denier. For now, just for now. Don't freak out. But yeah, for right now.
Like Thomas the Tank Engine doesn't exist.
Is that what you're saying?
I'd say that. Yeah, I don't
God
think
is Thomas the Tank Engine, but that's what God is, though.
Oh no, it was to
oh shit! I was wondering how that was going to help us have a conversation about the ontology of God. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it wasn't going to do that, right? It was going to help you understand how we could apply pronouns like he to non-existent entities, including entities that, if they did exist,
we could do it
wouldn't
to real
have
entities. Yeah, we could do that with real entities too. We could even do it with real entities that don't have penises or do have penises, or maybe even have harpoon penises like conjugation pilots or something like that. We could still call that a he. So that's not the issue. The issue is you're giving a property to a thing that you're saying doesn't exist. That's what's a contradiction. I don't care if it's a penis or not. You're saying it doesn't exist. So why would you have any property? Why does he apply?
Yeah, I guess the idea is that when I have a concept for something that doesn't exist, like Santa Claus or Thomas the Tank Engine, there are certain representations I associate with that concept.
Would you like to talk about your childhood inculcation? Because I have an explanation for that.
Oh, I don't see how that's going to help us understand the ontology of God.
The reason that you can navigate the transition of imagination and reality so effortlessly with Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, and et al. Are because when the gig was up, the gaslighting ceased. When the gig was up with God, the gaslighting didn't cease. Society doesn't give up on that one. It gives up on all the other ones, the Tooth Fairy, Boogeyman. We stop gaslighting at a certain age because it no longer works. Even with God, it no longer works. And that's why we abuse our children to keep them in line and worshiping what we tell them, because we're obviously gaslighting the shit about them, believing in a thing that's not actually fucking there. And in order to get a child to believe something that's not there, you have to psychologically manipulate that thing. I'm saying that thing because at that point, when you're psychologically manipulating it, it becomes that thing. And then that's what you got to do. But if you love your child, you won't gaslight them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of adults that truly believe in God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure.
That's why, though. That's what I'm saying.
I see.
That's what makes it really, it's that's the issue. It makes it worse.
Yeah, decades of psychological fucking programming get adult people to believe magic. Kids want to naturally move away from it. Dude, it's hard to maintain Santa belief in a kid, right? It's very hard, especially when your society's not on board with the idea, right? When society's not on board at you treating your kid like Santa's real at like 30, right? If people think that's weird, society's not up. There's going to be massive cognitive dissonance in that child. But if wherever that child goes, the parents are gaslighting too. See, really what this kind of gaslighting is, it's not really gaslighting. It's having fun with object permanence, right? This is what we're doing. we're having fun with the fact that our children are like underdeveloped, that they're not performing cognitive tasks to our abilities. And it's funny. It's funny as shit. There's a lot of things you could do to fuck with a kid that are hilarious with object permanence and shit. Peekaboo is one of the first things we do, right? Because kids are dumb. You can't really relate to them, but you can have an emotional bond with the peekaboo. Peekaboo only works because they can't object permanence. They can see your face just fine. Their brains are like, that's why I always say near tabula, near blank slate. Their faces are like primed in there. Like as soon as kids can see, faces are the first things we think they actually understand.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like that reminds me when I was like a kid, my mother would always play this game with me where
It's more than just playing games. They were serious about the inculcation part.
Yeah, well, he derped out. That was his game. He had no response. I cause butthurt. It's what I do. I just go around crushing people's dreams. Cause I'm miserable. Oh, sorry, was my mic hot? My bad.
I was grooving, man. I was grooving.
They shouldn't have did it to me. I was happy being a dumbass Southern Baptist. I was, well, I mean, I wasn't happy, but that's what I was. That's what the last thing I remember. There I was, dumbass Southern Baptist. And then the next thing I knew, I was a dumbass deist. And I was like that for a while. It was cold, it was rainy, the whole fucking time. I was a goddamn deist. And then I was a dumbass atheist. I wasn't like that for very long. Now I'm a dumbass atheist. The one thing that I've learned, though, that I could take from all that journey, for everything I've learned, no matter the transitions I've made, is that I'm a dumbass. And no matter what I do, no matter what I learn, actually, no matter what I steal from nerds who figured shit out, I'm still going to be a dumbass. And I'm okay with that. I've made peace. I've learned to cope. I've learned to take a disability and turn it into a hostility. This coffee's real good. guys think that we'll ever get a theist in here that can prove it, or an atheist in here that can prove it? I just want one atheist to prove the God of classical theism exists enough for me to give a shit about. It's a very low standard. We're not looking for a miracle here. You know, we're just looking for like the simplest, the lowest possible standard that you could go to and still be talking about ontology.
They do so much work tiptoeing around the lowest standard.
Yeah. They want to say all the words. And when I interrupt them and I tell them, hey, man, I ain't into words like that. That's not how I do. They're all like, what do you mean? What do you mean, man? And then I tell them what I mean. And they just dirt the fuck out every time. Every time I'm like, there's a thing, right? And they're like, yeah, there's a thing. I'm like, are those things words? And they're like, nah, they're not words. And I'm like, all right, prove it without words then. And they just break. They don't get it. And it's so simple. It's like, dude, you could be standing there and there could be a potato, like right there, a potato. And you could be like, yo, man, look at that potato. And they would be like, fucking prove the potato, bro. And you could just be like, and then you would have proven the potato. Notice how I didn't use any words there? Because what I was doing was picking up the imaginary potato without saying a word and showing it to him. No words. No words at all. Not a single word. There's... Watch, I'll do it again. All right, I'm done. See how 0 words. I'm gonna do it out loud again. Watch, I'm gonna do it out loud. I'm gonna deal with this thing. All right, I'm gonna do it out loud. Watch. Done. I did it out loud. So when you got all these like big brain nerds with their PhDs and shit talking about this stuff, man, it's just like, the fuck are you guys even talking about? And that's Igtheism right there. That in a nutshell. What the fuck are you guys even talking about? Is one way to conceptualize Igtheism. Not ignorance. This is not ignorance. You're a gnintz. Okay, this is gnintz. Not ignorance, this is gnintz. Because you're walking up and they're talking about some shit and you don't see it. And you're like, with your gnintz, asking them, hey, I know some shit's going on here and it's inconsistent with what you two morons are doing here. What's going on? That's knowledge. That's gnosis, man. Tell why are there so many big brain nerds out there that they're like that? You know, where the topic of things existing doesn't begin when like you're done looking at it. Right? That's when the topic starts, is like after you've looked at it. Because like, let's say we're all going to talk about some shit that exists, right? But you went in the wrong door and you sat down at the table and we all said, well, what do you think about it? You were like the first one in and you just lucked out, right? We were going round robin, and since you were late, I don't know, we picked on you. And you said, well, okay, well, what do you think about it, bro? You're going to be like, I mean, what you should do if you weren't a gaslighting piece of shit, what you should do is like this. Well, I'm late, actually. What do you mean? What do I think about? What do I think about what? Right now, everybody at the table is going to look at you like you're fucking crazy. And you're going to be like, well, what's going on? Why is everybody looking at me? And they're going to be like, well, you should be able to answer this question. And you're going to be like, well, I mean, I'm late. I came in that door over there. And everybody's going to gasp, start pulling out gas and shit like that. And you're going to be like, whoa, what's going on? Right? And they're going to tell you, look, we're about to beat the fucking shit out of you. This is the room of the epistemology. What the fuck are you doing in here? Right? And you'll be like, well, I know. And you're gonna gaslight again. You're gonna try that shit. And we're all gonna know that you didn't come out of you pointed at the window we were using to breathe in this room. The door is the door of the ontology. You got to go through that room first. Right? That's why in this room, we're leaning forward and we're asking the question, so what do you think about it? Right? Because that question is contextualized from your ass in the other room where you were looking at a thing going, and then you would look around at everybody else and they were doing it too. They were looking at the thing, going like this, saying no words. They're just kind of looking at it, flipping it around. One nerd pulls out a scale. Another guy starts mixing something in a beaker. You don't know what, but yeah, everybody's just kind of. And then they all look around, and then somebody from the other room, because we're not allowed to use words in this room, in the epistemology room, door opens and says, you know, like, all right, come on in. And then you go in, and now the question, so what do you think about it, is being asked. That's literally the fucking process here. It's just like simple. Like, how do you not know this is how it works? Like, you look at a basketball, and then you could be asked a question, what do you think of that basketball? But if you're not looking at a basketball or have experienced a basketball, and someone says, what do you think about the basketball? You're going to be like, what basketball? What do you mean, what basketball? Now, if they're hiding a basketball and they pull it out and they're like, oh, this basketball. Now you can answer the question, right? Before you were confused, you're like, what basketball? I don't see it. Is there basketball around here? That's a question. What's a basketball? That's another question. Trying to figure it out, right? Maybe this guy don't know what basketballs is. Maybe he thinks like shoestrings are basketballs. That's why he's looking at your feet. You think he's weird. He just needs another shoestring or something because somebody died. You know, let's put a shoe up on a fucking power line or something. You gotta, your brains, if you're not an atheist, are maladapted to the actual topic, right? You've been misdirected. The ontology for God, the only one you should be focused on, is the proclivity of monkeys to believe shit. To believe it. That right there. In a nutshell. We need more theists, dude. I think I might be going crazy. We need more atheists, man. I'm tired of fucking theists, dude. There's too many goddamn theists. We need more atheists to chew on. Oh, atheists.
And like several months ago, we had like waves of atheists like Muslims.
Yeah, I never believed that.
Like when it is dumped into our room here.
Yeah, but they're probably like still Muslims. They're just lying about it and try to get you to become a Muslim.
Oh, I see.
That's a tactic that they use a lot. They, I guess like like the internet ones think that it's okay to lie if you're trying to convince people to believe in Islam. Like they don't believe it's okay to lie in general, obviously, but they could like kind of like a white lie, you know, like we tell kids to eat their broccoli or some shit. But their white lie is just fucking, you know, Islam. It's crazy. Dude, I got this cool mod. I started fucking with mods on here. I got this cool mod. It it makes your whole house plumbed from your buckets or your barrels, and if your barrels are powered, they do up. You know, they go up the water with the pressure. So you go up floors. It's actually working, and all of the like things that you plumb, um, they draw upon all of the barrels that are powered on the network. So if you got 20 barrels, then all of your faucets have 20 barrels worth of fucking water. It's pretty dope. Wow. Are you gonna prove it? You're just gonna sit there looking weird.
Fucking typical.
Like, could you imagine sitting there not proving it when you know you can't prove it, but you don't want to like.
Pussy.
Fiddle. Are you there?
What's up?
There's a mod in PZ that allows you to plumb everything in the building.
No, I didn't.
And as long as it's powered, the barrels, they'll pump up.
Oh, no shit.
Yep, I got
So you can have like a barrel outside next to your base and just plumb everything in.
see the
All right.
this is the washer and dryer's hooked up down in the basement.
Yeah.
And then my sink. Obviously, and then this is all hooked up, both the bath too. And look. It just uses this. And then when I go to like my bathtub, if I were to go to drink, see it's got 644 liters of a total it could hold 5,000.
Wow.
It's about to rain tomorrow, so that'll be dope.
No, that's a good mod. I like that one.
Yeah, I like this one. And it makes sense too. Because plumbing works that way, technically. As long as you could plumb the incoming line and provide the pressure. And gravity pressure, like if you got water up on like a 10-story building, bro, you got some pressure. At least onto like third or fourth. Easy. Dude, this bull just does not like the bug. Like, he don't like her at all.
Probably ugly.
With all them chickens up.
You finding yourself spending a lot of time just tending to them?
Not really, not too much. Definitely have to tend to them, but really, like the feeding, no. The feeding is super easy. And the waters are super easy. No, it's not like with, oh shit, hold on. Like the hardest part is the dirtiness fills up over, like, if you don't fuck with it for like 3-4 days, it'd be like a half, which is fine. You just come in here with I got a mop and a bucket, just clean it up. But I've been leaving these eggs alone for incubation, and then anything that pops up in these bottom ones, I take it. And I started with basically one hutch. Now I got pretty much 2 hutches. This is pretty full too. At night. And I've already got a heart. I haven't, this is my first year. And then I killed this month. Well, actually, no, it died when I was out trying to get animals. This one was dead. I only now just put on mods. Give me some firearms and shit. I can make swords. I haven't really killed a lot of zombies, only 2,500.
How many zombies have you killed?
2,500. Uh, 2,570. Stuck at home. I don't like going out when it's raining. Oh yeah, I got a cooking mod. Uh, how the fuck do you Ah. Yep. Totally crazy. Theists are crazy.
Dude, have you seen this Republican front runner for Colorado's governor?
No.
It's fucking insane. Fucking insane. Hang on.
Dude, I can't wait to cause a Texan to spend the rest of their life in prison by telling on them for smoking weed. I have no sympathy, not for that. They wanted to vote those idiots into fucking office, and now look at them. Better not come to my state for weed.
How do people believe this shit? Like, look, I put one inside chat. It's just a short.
Unlike any ever, Mr. Marks, you make claims that are unlike any ever made by somebody running for Colorado governor in recent history. You claim that you've been all around the world armed to the teeth rescuing women and children from captivity, that you've stopped human smugglers at the Mexico border and made them pay a price, that you as a civilian called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters, that you were the first American into Gaza during the war with Israel, that you've done 150 high-risk missions and every one has been a success. You told me last week that it's all true and that you don't need to prove it to anyone. But you're talking to voters now. How should voters decide whether you've lived one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you're a liar and a fraud?
Can we back up to her for 1 second?
Please answer the question, sir.
I will. But I'll make a little informal complaint. The folks at home don't want to hear about her past and what she did. That's not going to make a lick of difference to those who are having trouble putting food on the table, Kyle, paying their electricity bill, having to try to figure out how they send their kids to school.
Sir, how much of your time do you plan to burn before you answer the question of whether you tell the truth?
Do I tell the truth?
How should voters discern whether you have had one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you are a liar and a fraud?
Well, simply go back. I have 20 years of videos and documentation and people. We just had our head of security in Iraq call in a video today. The proof is just in people and what we document. I thought it was funny. You said when you came to the training center, the pictures and what we showed and things, it wasn't good enough for you. I can't help it if I've had an extraordinary life. I'm an ordinary fella. And starting from my childhood all the way to now.
I can't find it, but I also saw another short about him admitting to performing exorcisms and how he does it, and it's just fucking insane.
Yeah, that's purely insane.
So is she lying too?
Well, the dog's not running for governor.
And he's the front runner.
And you spent precious little time answering the question.
That's what I mean, dude. It's idiocracy, dude. You can't convince me otherwise. Fucking menus are fucked up in the was raining. Dude, holy shit. One of the plagues is literally going off outside right now. I don't know which one it is, but it's pretty bad out there. So I guess there was like a whole ass dust storm. And then it's raining like shit. It's raining like crazy out there. So it's raining like clay water, which is good for me. Shit getting dirty out there right now. It's getting dirty with clay water. It's gonna stick on. Everything's getting dirty. Wow. All right, Red. Red. Oh, you're muted. Sucks.
Well, it just looks like I self-mute on my end.
Oh. No, it says Redskins auto muted. Or Red Scorpion.
Yeah, but looks like muted no longer. If we toggle, it probably should work. Let me try. All right, Red, can you unmute yourself? As a voice chat, you're expected to use your voice. All right, do something in 5.
dude, I swear, like the more these Republicans go on saying that the election was rigged and that they can't admit that Trump won the election or lost the election, and why Trump was so vehement that he won the election, I wonder if, you know, whoever the powers may be determined that like Trump had rigged the election and then they unrigged the election on him. And so he was just so fucking adamant that it was rigged because he knows it was rigged because it was like counter rigged, which is rigging. But he can't say, hey, the reason I know is because I rigged the election and somebody counter rigged it. And that's why nobody's saying the obvious on this. It's like, bro, it's been years now. Who are you lying to at this point? That's why it just seems like it's like maybe it was rigged, but then like like the CIA like counter rigged it, and we had like a regular election, and we don't even know that it was like completely fucking rigged. And if he admits that he tried to rig it, well, that would just cause a civil war. That would just that'd be bad. The people under him wouldn't admit it. Like, why can't you just say the fucking words? Dude, holy shit. This fucking video, man. You guys should watch it. Cop humiliates him. He murders them. It's by Ape Huncho. This fucking guy gets into an altercation because he's like loudmouth, him and his brother. They get into like a bar fight and then leave, and cops, engage with them, and then they just want him to go home. And big old fucking fiasco. And they eventually go home, and I don't know why they didn't arrest him right there, but anyway, they get to go home, and then he calls a domestic violence to one of the guys, and it gets the cops to go out there. Then he straight up, like, so far I've heard probably 100 rounds go off, so probably 3 mags, 90 rounds go off. He's just fucking blasting. I think he's already killed 1 cop at least. Shot another one because he's kind of in shock, like limping around and shit. That's what I mean, man. You don't know how far somebody's willing to ramp up their crazy. There are crazy motherfuckers out there. So going around fucking with them, just not smart. Dude's in like full tactical gear too, I think.
Yo, yeah, so God is real, man. You want me
That's
Are you gonna
a
prove it?
claim.
I mean,
It's not proving anything.
do you want me to prove it, or do you not?
Yeah, prove it.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta think.
1,000. All right, prove it.
All right, let me do this line real quick. All right, so God is real because one time when I was taking a shower, right, I was like,
You're dismissed.
Hey, Moki. How are you doing?
God doesn't exist, bruh.
Prove it.
Are you fucking retarded? What's your proof that God exists? Prove God exists.
All right. Do you accept ABC News as like a news source?
What the fuck did you say, you retard?
Do you accept ABC News?
No. What the fuck does it have anything to do with God? I said God doesn't exist. He's fake. He's a sky daddy.
Dude, can you
Has
chill
to
out?
do. It has to do with journalistic integrity and whether you like trust journalists to report.
I don't give a shit about AP News or journalists. I'm asking, why do you think God exists?
Because these people reported its existence and confirmed it. Like
So what type
journalists
of
do.
people? What type of people reported God's existence? Yeah, no shit. What type of people, you retard?
Journalists.
What type of journalist? Give me a name of the fucking journalist. Are you fucking retarded? Give me the name of the journalist that believes God exists. Dumbass.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna give you a series, but here's
I'm
Avian
sorry, you guys
Tan
are fucking
and
stupid. You
Aaron
guys believe in
Katersky to
bullshit.
start.
Wow. It's crazy.
What's up?
Just waiting on you to prove it.
What?
Just waiting on you to prove it.
To prove God? Well, I don't believe in God.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
No, I can't.
Then I wink. Get wrecked, nerd.
Well, I'm an atheist just like you.
Yeah, it just makes it easier, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I was just hoping there was someone who believed in God in here, but I'm afraid I was wrong.
Why don't we just unfuck your brain in the process while we wait on a theist?
Yeah, go on. But you have to hurry though, because I'm running low on power.
Okay, prove God, or I mean, prove your atheism.
Well, I am the passive kind of atheist, so I lack belief in a God. I don't necessarily believe that there isn't a God. I just
No,
don't see the evidence.
said you were an atheist, like me.
Yeah, there's two kinds of atheism:
I
the
have no.
active and
I know no gods exist.
Oh, so you're the active atheist then? It seems like you have the burden of proof then.
Yeah, like a normal philosopher would.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just, I just sort of want to remain passive until I have very good
Yeah, but that's
reasons.
not philosophy.
How's that not philosophy?
Because philosophers have burdens of proof because they're asserting things and beliefs and stuff for discussion.
Well, they could also argument for the negation of a belief.
No, you would argue for your belief. That's what you do with philosophy.
You don't need to have a positive argument to have a philosophical
Yes,
position.
you do.
That's
All
no,
philosophical positions are assertion.
You would if you have reasons to actually like meaningfully analyze.
Yeah, you can analyze things and come to the conclusion that there isn't
and so
sufficient evidence for
case,
anything.
you would be completely vapid in
Vapid
for the purposes of a philosophical discussion.
Just because I remain a skeptic on a topic.
Well, he's saying your philosophy is vapid.
Yeah, because your position has no like good reasons behind it.
Good reason. My position is that any active claims doesn't have any good positions. My belief is fundamentally passive.
So if I presented you a claim that was defensible, would you immediately abandon your position?
I would consider it. I mean, if you could lay it in front of me, then I'll
what would you have
consider
to consider other than the information you provided?
Yeah, what would you have to consider other than the valid counterexample?
I mean, if you could provide me a syllogism for the belief in God, then yeah, definitely I would convert.
Why do I need a syllogism? I would just give you the counterexample.
What? Because my position is passive.
That dude. That
Right.
doesn't mean
So there's
anything.
you don't even have a syllogism. I'm just giving you a counterexample for your claim.
No, exactly.
Generalization.
I believe in the negation of any syllogism.
That's
because
not
I don't see any proof.
That's not passivity. That's you're taking an active stance that none of them are right.
You know what? Fair enough. That was a very bad. That was formulated completely wrongly.
It's like you believe no gods exist. This God exists, therefore your position
Yeah, right,
sucks.
right.
Is that
Yeah,
good enough?
my bad. Oh, let me redeem myself. I was communicating wrongly. I didn't mean that no gods exist. I just mean that I don't believe in any god.
That's the same thing.
Yeah.
No.
What's the difference?
It's functionally the same. I present to you a god, and then you need to abandon your position because it would be contradiction.
Well, you have the burden of proof. So if you don't have any sufficient reasoning, then
are you ready? Are you willing to commit?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I present to you Imhotep from Egypt, from ancient Egypt. Imhotep.
Sure. I am an atheist, but I am also willing to change my opinion because I don't identify with my beliefs and I just want the truth.
Well, there you go.
So,
Imhotep.
So if you want to present anything, then yeah, sure. And
He's done.
if there is good reason, then I'll definitely consider it. Yeah.
It's past tense. He did it already. Look inside chat. Look inside chat.
Lo and behold.
What's in it?
Imhotep.
What is it?
It's a god.
A god.
Right. Wait, hold on. I'll have to pull up the chat.
Yeah, it's just an Egyptian god, a once mortal, now deified god.
Right. So what's the proof? What's the evidence?
Imhotep.
Well, You can go to Egypt and you can visit his remains.
Yeah, and you can go to New York. That doesn't mean Spider-Man is real just because Spider-Man
Well,
was
can you
filmed in
visit
New York.
Spider-Man's remains?
No, because he
But
doesn't have
in
remains.
this case,
That's
you
just a
can.
categorical mistake.
What?
You made the categorical mistake.
No, just
Okay, then
because
address
Spider-Man doesn't
what
have
Mogi just
remains.
asked you was, can you
Yeah, go
go
on.
visit Spider-Man? And you said no. Can you go
Yeah.
visit Imhotep? Yes.
Well, yeah. The reason you can't go
So
visit.
that's why you made the category
Well,
error.
listen to me then. My counter argument is that Spider-Man wasn't buried, so obviously he doesn't have a burial place. That's pretty
Well,
straightforward.
he's not
Yeah,
real.
but I'm not presenting to you Spider-Man.
No.
I'm presenting to you Imhotep.
Yeah, but you just made the. Yeah, sure, but who is this guy? I haven't heard of this guy.
Yeah, he's an Egyptian from the 27th century BC.
Right.
He's in a box. You can go visit him in his box, and you can look at the plaster on the side of the box that says he's a god.
Right, but I can go to a bunch of graves. Doesn't mean they're a god just because they claim to be.
Why
That
not?
would just be a schizophrenic.
Yeah, but why not?
Just because they say it doesn't mean that they are it.
Well, but how do you know that though? That's the question.
Well, how do you know they're a god?
Well, I
Says
would
it on the
presume
plaster.
because they said so.
So if I write on my gravestone that I'm a god, does that make me a god?
I guess so. I don't know. You tell me. What about you makes
That's
you
a
a god that
pretty-
you're appealing to?
Doesn't that seem a bit silly? I mean,
you
would you
engage
believe
with
that
the
I'm
question?
a god?
Can you engage with the question?
Yeah, sure. Just
So what
because
did
someone
what
claims
did I ask you before you started spurging out?
you're talking about this god, and he says that he's a
No,
god, so
that's not what
therefore
I
he's
did.
a
Can
god.
you stop spurging out and just listen? Then
Yeah,
the conversation
Oh
will go
yeah,
better.
my
So
bad.
what did I say?
I did not. I didn't mean to.
Well, you
Sorry.
didn't listen is what happened was. So when you said, if I die and I declared myself God, would you accept me a God? And I said, well, maybe. What is it about
Right.
you are claiming is a God?
Well, it was just sort of an objection that just because I
but
say
hold
I'm a
on.
god
I need
doesn't
you to
mean I'm a god.
analyze this. If you're saying
Yeah, I will.
you are God, what is it
Right.
about you that you're claiming makes you a God? What is it?
Well, you just said that it's said on his gravestone that he's a god. You didn't
No, this is what
provide
you
anything
said, dude.
further.
This is what you said.
Yeah, and I compared it to myself via an
Can you
analogy. You
engage
didn't
with the
say any.
motherfucking question, dude? I've asked this
I
question 3
fucking
times.
did. I
3
fucking
times.
did.
You haven't
You
answered.
just said, "Listen to me, you dumb shit." I just.
Retard. I'll give you one more opportunity to answer the question. Are you ready to listen to the fucking question? Okay, well, go fuck yourself. All right, you're up.
Hello. What's up, bro? I wanted to say I love you. You're loved in this world. This hateful and
I hope he still loves me. I mean, I need a good hug. Is what I need.
The copium is real.
Hello?
Prove it.
What's up?
Prove it.
Hold on one second. Let me go inside. Can you hear me now? Prove what?
The
You've
God
been here
thing.
before.
I've been here before? Oh my God, you're right. I have. You guys remember me. Oh my God. Thank you. Honored. I remember you too. I don't have to prove anything. I mean, honestly, I have some good proof. Ready? This might not qualify. This might.
Well, well, well. The last 10 times I've come in here, you guys have been dead silent.
Yeah, it's because you're not an honest interlocutor.
You've dubbed me as a not honest interlocutor. You've
Yep.
you haven't talked to me since I've been sober. I've been sober for 2 months. You haven't talked.
Hello? Hello? Hey, yeah, what's up?
Shooting.
Is this the atheist channel?
No, this is not an atheist channel, but I am an atheist.
Would you like to debate me?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate said God?
Yes.
Go ahead. Proceed.
There's proof. I believe Hello is God. Do you know who Hello is?
Spell that for me.
Hullo.
Okay. What did you observe in reality to indicate hello?
He just demonstrates the kindness and the omnipotentness of a god. You know, he's
What
just
question did I ask you?
uh, what did you say?
What question did I ask you?
I kind of forgot. I have short-term memory loss.
Were you just waiting for your turn to speak?
Yeah.
Go away.
Go away.
Yeah.
But Hello is God.
No, go away.
Net spend is like. So I'm.
Do you need assistance to leave? Yeah, let me do assist you. Thank you for flying Discord Airlines.
Playing video games. Wow.
Morning.
So,
What's the night been like? Quiet?
yeah, pretty quiet. Bye.